From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates, I bid you all good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to a unplanned Saturday stream. I'm back from holiday. I have stories to tell you. I have photos to share. There's a lot to talk about, because, as many of you noticed, I was away for a while. So I decided to go on holiday a couple of weeks ago. I'd not been on a proper vacation in quite some time. And by proper vacation, I mean something out of the country, a new experience, well, not so new, I suppose, but something completely different from domestic travels. Though there's nothing wrong with domestic travel, to be sure. However, I needed something different. I needed to get away from it all. That, to me, is what a proper holiday is all about. Really getting away from it all as far as possible. And so that's exactly what I did. Greetings, my lordship. Greetings, Rockeater. Welcome in, and thank you for redeeming first. So for approximately a week and a half, I traveled back to the land of my forefathers, the land of my ancestors. I went back to the United Kingdom. It was a homecoming of sorts. But in a way, so many of these things were new to me because, honestly, I have very little memory of this beautiful land that bore me. So in many ways, I felt like an outsider, a tourist. I just decided to approach it with that mindset of, that's exactly what I'm going to be as a tourist. UK, yes, otherwise known as the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So I hopped a flight from a major international airport in the United States. And it was a direct flight to Heathrow Airport in London. And from there, I spent a few days in London before hopping on an LNER train to Edinburgh in Scotland. A few more days in Edinburgh, then on to another LNER train, reversing the route, going down to York. Stayed there for a day or two. Then back to London to board a flight and go home. That was the extent of my itinerary, hitting a lot of the high points of tourism, refamiliarizing myself, and just sort of getting to know the place all over again. And I have to say it was an absolutely fantastic time. I wished that I had more time. But I do plan to go back. Whatever I missed this last time, I intend to see next time. And there will definitely be a next time. It's a 12-hour flight, right? Fairly close. It's, well, actually, not 12 hours. I would say more like 7 or 8 from where I'm flying from. Fairly long flight, though. Certainly not as long as some of the other flights I've been on. 11 or 12 hours is about the time that I spent up in the air flying from my home airport to Tokyo. That was also a direct flight, thank God. I should hate to have had to make a connection either Los Angeles or New York. Hello, Rex, welcome back. Annie, hello, hello. Thank you so much. And then even longer, my flight from the United States to Shanghai. That was a direct flight, and that was about 14 or 15 hours. Now that was long. Especially since it had been quite a long time since I had...
Hello there.
Hello there. Hello, Bodmore. Good to see you. Hello. Yes, particularly since I hadn't flown for that long in a long time, if ever, really. So that was a particularly long journey. This one wasn't bad, though. There was enough time to have 2 proper meals, lunch and dinner, going over there, and then breakfast and lunch flying back. It was an overall just a fantastic experience. Good to reconnect with my roots. Somewhat, anyway. And again, just to refamiliarize myself with where I've come from. That's great, yeah. It's something I would recommend for everyone. Find out who you are. Find out where you've come from. And then, if at all possible, go there. How you doing? Doing all right, bud. Doing all right. My holiday was a whirlwind adventure and also left me with much to think about. Now, there was a lot to see and a lot of ground to cover, and it had been a long time since I had done that much walking.
Cock.
It's a bit out of nowhere. Almost a bit rude, Budmore. Anyways, I'd done...
Emotional damage!
I really should turn these blurbs off. Trying to be serious here, everyone. Come on. I hadn't done that much walking in quite some time. so I was... To say my feet were killing me at the end of every day is an understatement. Even now, my legs are still a bit sore, but the exercise did me good. I also ate fantastic food. This idea that British cuisine is somehow bland and flavorless is just a complete and total myth. It's actually quite delicious, as I found out in many a pub that I had dinner at every night. And of course it goes wonderfully with really good beer or good cider. Got some pictures of some of the things that I ate for dinner, which I think you'll all like what you will like what you see. Just need to make sure the water's ready. But, anyways, I'm back. Should have a stream schedule dropping tomorrow. But for this weekend, this is going to be 2 streams. It'll be this one for Saturday. Probably do a hangout in server afterwards. And then Sunday, you'll want to join me because I am doing a collab. Specifically, I'm doing a collab with Ali Princess. She was part of the charity auction that Pink Zombie hosted recently. And so yeah, she and I are going to be doing a collab of either Golf with Friends or Power Wash Simulator. Not sure which one we'll do, but yeah, we'll figure something out. I figure it'd be a welcome and chill sort of change of scenery from the games that she normally plays, such as, I don't know, whether she do Overwatch or Fortnite or something like that. For me, British cuisine is bleh. Rollkeeter, you really must run spell check and check what it is that you're saying before you hit enter, please. I can't make heads nor tails of what you just wrote. But yeah, in the meantime, in preparation for the holiday season, we've got specifically the Christmas season, we've got ourselves a new stream theme going. You probably saw the snowy exterior of Castle Rexworth there on the starting soon screen. And let me just hide myself away for a moment. We've got this rather lovely, intimate setting here in one of the living rooms of Castle Rexworth. A warm, toasty fire going. The holly and the ivy strung about on the mantle. The Christmas tree off to the left. And a beautiful wreath to cap it all. Sorry, it's bland food. You would be incorrect, Rockita. Because the food that I ate that is proper British cuisine was anything but bland. I'll show you some of it in some of the photos that we'll be going over here today. First, though, the usual housekeeping notes. I've been remiss in doing that. To find all of my links, just go to my website, lordrexworth.com. lordrexworth.com. Do make sure that you are following me over on Twitter/X. Also, make sure that you are following me on. Well, we're streaming across multiple platforms today. Make sure if you haven't tapped that follow button here on Twitch, please do so. Also, do the same thing over on Kick. Kick.com/Lord Rexworth. Kick.com/Lord Rexworth. Also, make sure that you follow me on YouTube. Lord Rexworth VT. Lord Rexworth VT. We've got a Discord, which if you were not part of the Castle Rexworth Discord, you missed out on the photo dumps that I was posting under the travel section all along the way. So those of you who were members of the Castle Rexworth Discord, you got to see this before anyone else. So those of you that missed out, click that link and join the Castle Rexworth Discord. Sorry, don't use Twitter. Skill issue, Rock Eater? Anyways, there's the throne page, you know, if you're feeling generous and you want to get his lordship a Christmas prezi. And then my comms are open. Just buy me a coffee. There's the link. Right. Let's get into it, shall we? Actually, hang on. I missed one. Get everything ready here. Okay, here we go. Get the image capture going. There we are. So I arrived from Heathrow. And I took a train. I believe it was the Elizabeth line. And I took it from Heathrow to Paddington Station, near where my hotel was going to be. Those of you who grew up watching Thomas and Friends like I did as a child may recognize this logo here. Let me make sure that I can actually use phone or camera. I use my phone for this one. The cameras that are built into smartphones these days are such that you really don't need a digital camera anymore. I use a Galaxy S22 Ultra from Samsung, and all of the photos that you're going to see on this stream were captured using that. But anyway, this is a site that you see in Paddington Station. The GWR that you see on the side of that train there stands for the Great Western Railway, which, if you're a fan of Thomas and Friends, you may remember that two trains in particular, Duck and Oliver, had that livery on their sides. So yes, the Great Western Railway, it does still exist. It is a real railway. And they've still got trains running. Though, I must say, and I actually sent this picture over to Audrey Norfolk, who is a train enthusiast and train VTuber, calls himself the CEO of trains. And I sent this to him, saying, my goodness, old boy, the Duck and Oliver appear to have gotten a lot more sleeker these days. he got a bit of a kick out of that. I can always count on Audrey to get a laugh out of him for over a bit of train humour. Elsewhere towards the front of Paddington Station, Christmas was in full swing. This is one of the lovely Christmas trees that they've got on display there. This is in sort of a transition portion of the station where everybody's exiting the train platforms. And behind the glass here, you see a connection to certain shops. I think they had a Sainsbury's in there. I think they had a Costa's coffee shop. And Hilton has occupied some of the old offices of the Great Western Railway and has even preserved a lot of the architecture and a lot of that design in their interior. And so if you're looking for a really fine hotel to stay at and you've got a little extra money to spend, especially you train enthusiasts out there, stay at the Hilton Paddington Station. It's a lovely hotel, and I mean, it's right there in the heart of things. No having to, trek 5, 10, 15 minutes to get to a train station or something like that, like I had to do. You're right there. You just go downstairs and hop a train and off you get. Later on, I went on walkabouts. Paid a visit to Greg's for breakfast. Had a Greg's sausage roll. They are indeed as delicious as everyone remembers. But also came across this little area here. This is well, this is fairly close to Kensington Gardens and Notting Hill, and it's known as the Venice of London. Lot of water buses, water taxis, just a lot of very slow-moving boats. There was even one that touted itself as a podcasting and radio station on the water. So one of these old riverboats, they converted it into studio space for podcasting, for radio broadcasting, whatever you needed it for. Rented it out by the hour. I thought that was rather clever. A beautiful place to take a stroll, especially in the morning. Everything was brisk and the air had just the right amount of coolness and crispness to it. It was lovely. This is the view from the hotel. We're right in the heart of Kensington Gardens, and in fact the name of the place is the Kensington Gardens Hotel. Lovely place. It's not exactly the Premier Inn, but it's also not exactly the Hilton or the Ritz. So it's somewhere in between. A comfortable base of operations whilst in London. Plenty of room to unpack your things. Depending on the number of travellers, they've got rooms of various sizes, beds of various sizes. I was a solo traveller, so I only needed a twin bed and a spot to unpack my suitcase, and that was about it. But it's a very safe neighbourhood. Rather posh neighbourhood, too. But definitely one that it's safe to be out there at night. Other parts of London, I was a bit more nervous being out there late at night. But this particular area, I felt perfectly safe in. And this was from a pub nearby called the Hayden. This was my dinner. It was traditional British cuisine and something called bangers and mash. And it was served up on a, I think that was a bed of green beans or English peas or something like that. And of course a Guinness. I do tend to prefer darker beers. That was I think they called it a Guinness cold brew. I don't know. It's Guinness and it's beer and it's good. So I ate it. And I also ate this too. Completely cleaned my plate. And then they served this lovely dish up for dessert. This is a sticky toffee pudding with a scoop of vanilla bean ice cream on top. When I ordered dessert, the lady who was taking my order, it's so funny. She said, "Now, sir, I must warn you, it comes with vanilla ice cream. Is that all right?" I must have given her a look like she was completely mad, but I then completely changed my tune and said to her, "Madam, any time is the right time for ice cream." And she smiled and said, "Of course, sir, right away," and went off to fetch dessert for me. Which was this, which also didn't last very long. The entire plate was cleaned. Safe to say, you dine at the Hayden, and you'll be joining the Clean Plate Club, because their food is just that damn good. The Hayden is what's known as a traditional pub, or public house. It is, they've got this fantastic restaurant serving delicious food, as we've seen here. But they also have rooms available. So if you need a place to stay, you're looking for something a bit more, I guess something a bit more old-fashioned, maybe not as commercial as your standard hotel, consider the Hayden, or the Kensington Gardens Hotel. Kensington Gardens, in particular, comes highly recommended from Rick Steves, which, if any of you have ever watched his travel show, you'll know that he has stayed there on multiple occasions. And it's easy to see why. It's actually a fine establishment. I would dare say the Hayden is also a wonderful establishment as well. So if you're looking to sort of be in the heart of things and get good old-fashioned British hospitality, then those are two places that I would recommend. But if you're looking for something a bit more traditional, there are obviously multiple Hilton, Marriott-branded properties to choose from all throughout the UK, along with an entire network of hotels known as the Premier Inn, which we'll get to that shortly. That was actually, I stayed at a Premier Inn when I was in York. Overall verdict, I would say maybe 3 or 4 stars out of 5. But I'll get to all of that later. The next day, we start off with a tour of Westminster Abbey. This is, I think, the first time I really put to the test the wide-angle lens on my phone. And I have to say, this turned out brilliant. I've worked with all sorts of cameras, Chad. I've worked with 35mm film cameras, the classic single-lens reflex, shooting black and white film. I've worked with digital cameras of many shapes and sizes. I think I still have a Fujifilm X-T1 somewhere in storage. I really need to sell that. But I have to say, these days, what you get with a phone camera you really don't need a digital camera. Whether it be a DSLR or a mirrorless system camera or some sort of point and shoot, it's really not needed. As I found. I think the last time I brought a camera with me was one of my trips to Japan. And I might have used it a day or two out of a 10 or 15 day journey. After that, I just used my phone. It was just easier that way. And that was back when I had like an iPhone 8. But this S22 Ultra, this wide-angle lens here, it just does a fantastic job. I am really pleased with the way these pictures came out. There's another angle. With the Queen Elizabeth Centre over here, they were having some sort of expo or conference about the future of building houses. Not sure what it is. Probably some sort of conference on how to sell the world on living in pods or something like that. I don't know. Closer up shot. Vertical this time, not the horizontal angle. No wide angle on this one either, I don't think. Gosh, she's turned out brilliantly. And this one, that's surprising. Okay, it put the people in focus. Back of this bloke's head is in perfect focus, but this, I believe, is St. Margaret's Chapel. Wish this would have been in better focus, but oh well. And then there's the streets nearby. I had to wait to get just the right shot for this one. Wait until the wind blew just right to get the Union Jack going at just the right angle. That is the Supreme Court building over there, but this is a big, beautiful Christmas tree that they've erected in front of St. Margaret's Chapel. Lord Rexworth. Hello, Knox. Good to see you. You're just in time. We're going over travel photos. Rex. Digi. Hello. Good to see you as well. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be back. And I just realized that I did not have any filters on my microphone. Roya, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. I'm sure this looks even more impressive at night time, but even during the daytime, lovely Christmas tree. And of course, finer details, just had to wait for that Union Jack in the background. For the wind to start blowing it in just the right direction. You're hereby under arrest for multiple accounts of smuggling and being too handsome to be around. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can and will be used against you. Up to the charge of being handsome, guilty as charged. There are multiple accounts of smuggling. It depends on what was smuggling. I can neither confirm nor deny anything. At least on that count. So yeah, spent part of the day doing a tour of the Abbey. I'm glad I did too. This place is... oh, it's magnificent. Honestly, chat, these pictures do not do the Abbey justice. You really need to go see it for yourself. There's so much... The audio tour especially is worth it. Though if you can... I think they have a maximum group of 20 that can be led on a private tour. And that is also worth it, in my view. I mean, this is a place that we've seen on television, most recently with the coronation of King Charles III. And before that, the marriage of Prince William to now Catherine, the Princess of Wales. Another opportunity to make use of the wide-angle lens on my phone. And capture these just magnificent details of the architecture in the Abbey. I just want to mess your hair up. I miss you. Welcome in, Honey Bunny Lamb. It's nice to know that I was missed. As you walk through the Abbey, you'll notice a few of these, well, several of these stones on the ground. And that is because they are either memorial stones to people who have been buried somewhere else, or they have actually been buried here at Westminster Abbey. Now, listening to one of the tour guides, apparently they've gotten a lot more selective as to who gets buried here at the Abbey. And you don't get to bury your body here. It's more of a thing where you got to be cremated first, and then they'll bury the urn somewhere. I love that you're shedding pics of your trip, Rexy. Oh, of course. I had every intention of doing this when I came back. Well, yes, here's a, this is one that I think was closer to the main entrance, where the ticket office is. And this is William Wilberforce, which those of you who remember your world history, and especially your history of Britain and the world, William Wilberforce was a gentleman who fought to his dying breath to abolish slavery in the British Empire and also elsewhere, but he was successful in the British Empire with abolishing slavery. He got the news that slavery had been abolished. I believe it was on the 29th of July, 1833. He lived long enough to receive the news that his life's efforts had been successful. And he died knowing that he had set a good portion of the world free and had rid the British Empire of the scourge that was slavery. Hi there, my lord. Hello, Serenity. Good to see you. Is that a headstone? I know nothing of this. Yes. Well, it's a memorial stone of sorts. There's several of these all throughout Westminster Abbey, as we will soon see. It can be either just a marker or an actual burial spot. Yes. Some of these are just markers, but several of them are actual burial spots. Rex, yes, Nox, what is it? I have a big hat that I have to balance to keep on. Nox, you make yourself sound like you're a modern-day version of the Chiquita Banana Girl. You have a good holiday? I did, Serenity. This was very much needed, and another place I can't wait to go back. Mainly because, well, it's home. This is some of the beautiful sculpture work that you'll see as you walk into the Abbey. And you see it off to the right. I want to see if I can... Maybe I can zoom in on this? Let me... No, it's not letting me... It was letting me zoom earlier. I thought you'd like to know it. Thanks, I guess. Good exercise for your head and for your neck muscles, I suppose. You see all sorts of names of people who either have memorial stones or who are buried at the Abbey. Everyone from scientists and artists to great men of state, historical figures like William Wilberforce, and you've also got composers like Edward Elgar, who created the famous Pomp and Circumstance marches. You may know the first Pomp and Circumstance march as, well, if you're an American, you know it as the graduation music that's played. But it's actually meant for more than that. Every year at last night of the proms, it's played. And quite often, people sing lyrics that are associated with it, known as Land of Hope and Glory, which they're singing about Britain. They're singing about England. Ralph Vaughan Williams is more contemporary than Edward Elgar. He had a certain, I don't know what it was, Requiem or something like that. No, Adagio for Strings. That was what one of his pieces that he's famous for. Beautiful work. I know that, I'm trying to remember who it was, either London Symphony or the London Philharmonic or someone like that. Shortly after September 11th, they played that in memoriam to the lives lost at the World Trade Center in Pennsylvania and at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. And that was a piece that was composed by Ralph Vaughan Williams. You've got men of science, like James Prescott Joule, Josephus Dalton Hooker. I believe their bodies are interred nearby. A stone for Charles Darwin, famous for his Origin of the Species. Now these are interesting. Trying to remember if it was these or... I've got another picture of these. We'll get to this in just a moment. There's a story behind these. This is a book with the name of British commandos that died from their wounds in wartime. A fairly fancy book, hence why it's locked away in the glass case. Many of the men that you see here in this book, I believe these were all pilots for the RAF, or Royal Air Force. And you'll note the dates: 1945, 1944, 1943, 42, 1940, 1941. Many of these fine men perished in World War II. We also have a roll of honor for the Metropolitan Police. Those who lost their lives on active service. I'm actually quite pleased with how this image turned out. A book with the names honoring fallen policemen, and managed to catch this reflection of the stained glass windows of the Abbey. It's totally by accident, but one of those happy accidents, I think we can call it that. That turned out very well. Yes, I'm quite pleased with this. Let's see. You'll find markers from many famous and somewhat infamous prime ministers of Great Britain, including David Lloyd George, who was prime minister from 1916 to 1922. And this one in particular, this is really special right here. I've got a tab here with some information on it. This was taken over at the west end of the nave of Westminster Abbey, and it is known as the Grave of the Unknown Warrior, very similar to the American Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. The Unknown Warrior's body was brought from France to be buried here at Westminster Abbey on the 11th of November 1920. The grave contains soil from France. It's covered by this slab of black Belgian marble from a quarry near Namur, and on it is the following inscription composed by Herbert Ryle, Dean of Westminster. Beneath this stone rests the body of a British warrior, unknown by name or rank, brought from France to lie among the most illustrious of the land, and buried here on Armistice Day, the 11th of November, 1920, in the presence of His Majesty King George V, his ministers of state, the chiefs of his forces, and a vast concourse of the nation. Thus are commemorated the many multitudes who, during the Great War of 1914 to 1918, gave the most that man can give, life itself, for God, for king and country, for loved ones, home and empire, for the sacred cause of justice and the freedom of the world. They buried him among the kings because he had done good toward God and toward his house. And around the main inscription are 4 texts. The Lord knoweth them that are his. Greater love hath no man than this, unknown and yet well known. Dine, and behold we live. In Christ shall all be made alive. So as you can see, a very solemn, very important marker in Westminster Abbey. Roped off, understandably so, and forever lined with the poppy. We see up above more of this beautiful stained glass. Stone carvings. Exquisite chandeliers. And then this was turning over to my right. And there is a story behind these as well. These particular stained glass are in commemoration for the Royal Army Medical Corps. This is over on the north aisle of the nave of Westminster Abbey. A memorial tablet and stained glass window for those who died serving in the Royal Army Medical Corps in the First and Second World Wars. The larger white marble tablet was unveiled on the 13th of July 1922, designed by F.J. Wilcoxon, and the inscription reads, "In memory of 743 officers and 6,130 warrant officers, non-commissioned officers, and men who fell in the Great War, and whose names are enrolled in a golden book placed in the chapter house. They loved not their lives unto the death." And then below, on a small tablet unveiled in 1987, was the inscription for the Second World War, and of the 437 officers and 2,026 other ranks who gave their lives. Now, the Golden Book was on display in Chapter House of the Abbey for many years, but now resides in a showcase in front of the memorial, and this was illuminated by Grayler Hewitt and his assistants. The decoration includes English trees, flowers, birds, and butterflies, with St. Luke in the illumination of the parable of the Good Samaritan at the beginning. The second volume, covering the Second World War, is simpler, designed by M.C. Oliver, and there's a third book written by John A. Ross, recording post-war deaths, which was dedicated back in 1998. The two-light stained glass window was unveiled on the 22nd of May 1927, depicting figures of St. Edward the Confessor and Edwin, the Abbot of Westminster, and is part of a series of windows showing kings and abbots in this aisle. Above Edward's figure is a scene showing him touching for the king's evil. The inscription at the base was altered to include those who died in the Second World War, and now reads, "In memory of the Royal Army Medical Corps of all ranks who gave their lives in service of their country." And below this, you have the names of the principal countries in which they served inscribed: France, Flanders, Dardanelles, Italy, Macedonia, Mesopotamia, Egypt, Palestine, Africa, Persia, India, and Russia. The badge and motto of the Corps appear at the bottom of each light, with the royal arms and the Union flag. And then turning right 90 degrees once again, you have, I don't even know how to describe this, just everything in all of its splendor. This again is another fantastic use of the wide-angle lens on my phone's camera. Slightly lowered angle. It was hard to get all of this into one shot, even with a wide-angle lens on. I had just gotten here, I think, about 30 minutes after they had first opened the doors. And by the time I made my way over here, they had started the morning prayers. Which, yes, this is a working church, chat. And you can go here for services, and you've got men and women of the cloth who will, of course, pray with you, who will lay healing hands upon you. All the things that are expected. In a church. You can see all of these beautiful pipes for these just fantastic pipe organs that they have here. Sculptures that are centuries old. And all of this gold and gilt and everything. Just the whole place just gushes and screams the glory of God. And I have to say, I felt so at home here. In these hallowed halls, in this place that is I guess you could say in the shadow of the faith of my ancestors. We have more of these commemorative stones here. Neville Chamberlain, certainly not one of Britain's best prime ministers, but still, he is honoured here. And Andrew Bonar Law, marked as sometime prime minister. I guess it just sort of depended on the day of the week, you know. Sometimes he felt like being prime minister, sometimes he didn't. You just, you know, it just kind of depended on how he felt that day, you know. It's like, yeah, I'll be prime minister, no problem. Then the next day, not really feeling it, lads. Find someone else. I'm joking, of course. I don't know the full story on him. Gosh, I see these pictures and it's like I'm back there already. That's just so lovely. Makes me wish I'd flown in a few days earlier. I would have gladly come here for a service on Sunday. Ducking off to the right, we saw more of these memorial stones. One here for Noel Coward, famous playwright, actor, composer. Born December 1899, passed away in March of 1973. Buried in Jamaica, but they do have a memorial stone here. A talent to amuse. And this is over on the other side. This is where quite often you see the choirs gathering to sit and either practice or perform. This is also one of those areas that I believe they had one of those processional going during the King's coronation. And then turning around over here, trying to remember what all of this is. Bear with me, chat. There was a lot here to cover. And one thing I will tell you to do is to I believe that is what we're looking at here is the coronation. I'm sorry, the name of it escapes me. What I will do is post in the Twitch side of chat a link to Westminster Abbey website, and you can learn more about the Abbey itself. Lots of history here. But that, off in the distance, is just a minute, Shan. Let's see if I can. There we go. We zoom in a bit, we can see an image of Christ in the Last Supper. I think I managed to get a bit closer a few images later. Yes, this is closer up. Note the inscription up here. The kingdoms of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Christ. A nod to the philosophical idea and the theological idea of the divine right of kings. Their kingdoms are a blessing and gift from God and subordinate only to God. We have on the steps an inscription that appears to be in Latin. No idea what that means because I don't speak Latin. But yes, this is where I believe the coronation chair is placed whenever a king or queen is crowned. And we'll actually get to see that in just a moment. Yes, this was a cue to switch over to track number 5 of the audio tour and learn more about the lantern and high altar. They also made note in the audio tour of the very intricate mosaic tiles on the floor here. Many of these mosaics are at least 500, possibly 1,000 years old. Very beautifully preserved. Ah, okay. Now, this next image here is a bit obscured, and we weren't able to go and get a closer look for ourselves, and with good reason, because this portion of the abbey has deteriorated such that they can't let tourists in. It's just it's not structurally sound anymore. But this that we're looking at, past this stair rail and everything, this is the tomb and the shrine of Edward the Confessor. I think I've got a tab for this with some information. Let's see. Those of you who don't know the history of the monarchy, Edward the Confessor lived from the year 1003 till 1066. He was one of the early Anglo-Saxon kings and is canonized as a saint in the Anglican faith. He is usually considered the last king of the House of Wessex. And I won't go into too much of detail on this. You can always look it up on Wikipedia or the Encyclopedia Britannica. He was said to have been driven from England by the Danes and spent his exile in Normandy. And the story goes that Edward vowed if he should return safely to his kingdom, he would make a pilgrimage to St. Peter's in Rome. But once on the throne, he found it impossible to leave his subjects, and the Pope released him from his vow on condition that he should found or restore a monastery to St. Peter. And this led to the building of a new church in the Norman style to replace the Saxon church at Westminster. And therefore, Westminster Abbey was consecrated on the 28th of December 1065, or Holy Innocents' Day. But the king was ill and unable to be present at the service. And the original church structure would mostly be demolished later on by Henry III to build the current Gothic structure that we know today, in honor of Edward. Edward the Confessor died sometime in early January of 1066. The burial procession from Westminster Hall to the Abbey, where prayers were said all day and the following night, is depicted on the Bayeux Tapestry. He was buried on the 6th, the Feast of Epiphany, before the high altar. According to Prior Osbert of Clare's Life of Edward, William the Conqueror had a reliquary of gold and silver made for Edward's remains. In 1102, Osbert describes the opening of the tomb, for what reason is not known, and when the top slab, presumably of a stone coffin, was taken away, a wonderful fragrance filled the church, suggesting that the body, if not embalmed, had at least been packed with aromatics. The body was wrapped in a precious pall with a scepter by his side and a crown on his head. On his finger was a ring and sandals on his feet. The pall which covered his head was cut beneath the chin, and a long beard was seen. Miracles were said to have taken place at the tomb, and it became a place of sanctuary in the time of Abbot Crispin. In 1163, St. Edward's body was transferred to a shrine specially prepared for it. At this time, the famous ring was taken off of his finger and deposited with the abbey relics. All of the relics unfortunately disappeared at the dissolution of the monastery in 1540. They had been kept to the east of the shrine until the chantry for Henry V was built, and then they were in a cupboard or ombry adjoining Henry III's tomb. The abbey's late 12th century wax seal shows St. Edward trampling on Earl Godwine, with St. Peter trampling on Nero on the other side. Henry III held Edward the Confessor in great veneration, and he erected a new costly shrine with mosaics and workmen from Italy, led by Pietro di Odoricio. That was finished in 1269, and then on the 13th of October, Henry and his brother Richard, the Earl of Cornwall, and his two sons bore the coffin on their shoulders in a solemn procession. Sick persons made pilgrimages to the shrine and knelt in the recesses to pray for healing. Round the verge was an inscription formed by blue glass set in gold mosaic. Traces of letters under the plaster can still be seen. A cult of St. Edward had grown up, and people regarded him as a patron saint of England. So you can get an idea of some of the backstory, and you can see a better angle of the shrine of St. Edward on the Westminster Abbey website. Unfortunately, things had deteriorated such that it's not safe for tourists to be there. And of course, it risks damaging the shrine itself. Nobody wants that. Here's another angle. A bit obscured by all the scaffolding. You've got other notable men and women and monarchs of British history. Buried in other parts of the abbey. trying to remember. I really should have taken some notes, Chad, and my apologies. Yes, this particular part of the abbey that we're looking at here, this is the burial site of both Queen Mary I and Queen Elizabeth I. However, only Elizabeth I's effigy is shown, and it was designed by their cousin, James VI of Scotland, also known as James I of England. King James I, even more famous for commissioning the translation and publication of the King James Version of the Bible, one of the great benchmarks of English translations of the Bible in world history. Now, something to know about about Mary I and Elizabeth I. They were sisters. They became the first queens in their own right after the changes to the Act of Succession made by their father, Henry VIII. After the Reformation, during which time the abbey became an Anglican church, Mary I reverted the abbey to its Catholic origins, reintroducing the monks. And Elizabeth I would change this again, and in 1560 founded the abbey as the Collegiate Church of St. Peter at Westminster. That's the formal title for the abbey. During Elizabeth I's coronation, the English language was used for the first time within the previously all Latin service. And as you proceed further through this part of the abbey, obviously take note of this beautiful and very intricate work here on the ceiling. These in particular that we're looking at are the tombs of, I believe, some of Elizabeth's children. Elizabeth I's children. One of them in particular did not live beyond infancy, and another one passed away when they were but a child. And so they are buried close to their mother. Now this is what's known as the Lady Chapel, constructed at the expense of Henry VII. It is the considered the last great masterpiece of English medieval architecture. The Tudor historian John Leland called it the wonder of the entire world. This outstanding feature of the chapel is its spectacular fan-vaulted roof with its carved pendants, and beyond the altar is the tomb of Henry VII and his Queen Elizabeth of York. And since 1725 it has been associated with the Most Honourable Order of the Bath, and the banners of the current Knights Grand Cross surround the walls. It's absolutely magnificent. I was just in awe walking through all of this. My feet and my legs were aching so, but it was worth it to see all of this. The tomb of Henry and Elizabeth, just beyond this metal gate. The marriage of Henry VII and Elizabeth of York is quite significant, because it effectively ended the Wars of the Roses, linking the two houses of Lancaster and York, and giving their children an undisputed claim to the throne. They were buried here in the Lady Chapel, which was consecrated in 1516 after 13 years of building work. All around the chapel you can see these heraldic symbols linked to the Tudor dynasty. Design motifs of roses, greyhounds, dragons, and the like. There's this beautiful small pipe organ here, which I believe is still operational, though you're asked not to touch it, of course. This, I believe, was the original burial site of Oliver Cromwell. But now, we zoom in, it's now the chapel of the RAF. Something in particular, and I'll show you a close-up on it. I believe it's this next shot here. Yes, I believe it's this portion of the stained glass. One of the only pieces of stained glass to be damaged by any sort of air raids by the Nazis in World War II. This was the only portion that was damaged during the war. It really is a miracle that nothing else was damaged. That was it. And so they decided, you know what? We'll just leave that. We'll just make a little marker right here to let people know that's all they managed to get. going around the other side of the tomb of Henry VII. Such detail. Ah, this is interesting here. There's a lot of reflections from the glass. But here is a sword once belonged to King George VI. This is right there on display. Exquisite armament. Now, trying to remember, this particular portion of the Abbey houses the tomb. I believe this is of Mary, Queen of Scots. I believe that's who this was. And this tomb in particular, a very famous Italian sculptor sculpted these hands. More sculptures off to the side and into the corner. A close-up of a lion carrying the crown and scepter. And then as you make your way around and towards the exit, you see this marker in memory of Cecil Rhodes, a gentleman of whom we have the Rhodes Scholarship, also a man in which a country was named after him, Rhodesia, which was originally part of the Commonwealth, I believe. I think that's right. Rhodesia is now known as Zimbabwe. A lot of very important people in British history buried at Westminster Abbey. Ah, yes, and here we have the tomb of King Edward III and of Richard II. And now we're starting to enter what's known as Poets' Corner. I believe that's what it's called. Yes, Poets' Corner. It's one of the best-known parts of the Abbey. Among the many significant writers and poets, either buried or commemorated here, show you here. I mean, just look at some of these names. Geoffrey Chaucer, Jane Austen, Charles Dickens, Rudyard Kipling. There's even a section devoted entirely to William Shakespeare. Sir Alfred Lord Tennyson, Robert Browning, husband of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, D.H. Lawrence, Lewis Carroll, Charles Dickens, Rudyard Kipling right here. And then you've got one here for George Frederick Handel. You may know Handel as the composer of Handel's Messiah, the Hallelujah Chorus, and also a coronation anthem known as Zadok the Priest, quoting the coronation of Solomon. The choir sings of how Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet anointed Solomon king, and all the people rejoiced and sang, God save the king, long live the king, may the king live forever. Amen. Hallelujah. Even got a sculpture here of Handel. And then you turn around and face the opposite direction, and you have this. William Shakespeare. He's not buried here, he's actually buried at Stratford-on-Avon. Then you've got some other parts of the Abbey that are more exposed to the outdoors. Good place to go get some fresh air. Got a fountain going out there. Zoom down from the fountain, and you've got this beautiful imagery here. That being the Parliament building, containing the House of Commons and the House of Lords. Got some other great memorial stones to pioneers. We've got here one for three men, Captain James Cook, Sir Francis Drake, and Sir Francis Chichester. Men famous for circumnavigating the world. And then this over here, it's a bit difficult to see, I'll zoom in. But this is for Sir Ernest Shackleton, the man who was famous for first exploring Antarctica. We've also got a marker for Edmund Halley. First to predict the return of the comet named after him. Second Astronomer Royal. Fellow and Secretary of the Royal Society. Sponsor of Sir Isaac Newton's Principia. Editor of Philosophical Transactions. Civilian Professor of Geometry at Oxford. An oceanographer, a meteorologist, a geophysicist, an inventor, a navigator, famed for his researches in determining longitude. He laid the actuarial foundation of life assurance. This is a working abbey, of course, so some of these buildings that you see here are actual private residences. And some portions of these were roped off And we were not allowed to explore further because, again, private residences. People live there. They've got a right to a certain measure of privacy. But it's in these portions that you walk through of the Abbey that, I don't know, there's a certain magic to it. Just something about it, something in the air, I suppose. Exterior view. It's all these lovely details, these arches and these posts and everything. It's just so beautiful. Even on this somewhat mildly chilly day, and very overcast. Of course, it's London. When is it not overcast? Ah, yes. Making my way towards the exit, caught a glimpse of the coronation chair. Originally made by Edward I. And it has been in use for coronations ever since. Including, most recently, I believe, for Charles III. And as I was making my way towards the exit, I saw this. To the honored memory of the American President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a faithful friend of freedom and of Britain, 4 times President of the United States, elected by the government of the United Kingdom. One of those tributes to the special relationship. Later on, I found myself near Whitehall. And you had all these flags up. And each one of these is a member of the Commonwealth of Nations. Last remnants of the British Empire. Including Singapore. I was rather surprised. I'd always thought Singapore was an independent country of sorts. I don't know. It's hard to keep up sometimes. But yes, Singapore, member of the Commonwealth of Nations. I believe Malaysia is as well. But yes, all the flags you see here. Commonwealth nation states. And then somewhere in the vicinity is the entrance to Churchill's War Rooms, which I went into. I did not take pictures, even though pictures were allowed. I don't know, it just didn't feel right. But I did get some photographs of Whitehall. And including modernity creeping in the background there. Another spectacular use of the wide-angle lens on my phone's camera. And these urban grounds here, they were preparing for some sort of special ceremony. I know horses had been through here on sort of a practice run. And you could tell because left some rather smelly presents behind. Well, speaking of horses, We've got mounted guards on the outside here. Nice photo op for everyone. You're, of course, advised take pictures from distance, do not approach, and especially do not try to pet the horses. That's just stupid. A familiar sight for anyone. When you say London, you think of Big Ben. I was quite fortunate I managed to get this particular image. I didn't dare go any further towards it. Did not really have time to go in for a tour. I do believe there are tours available. But it was getting a bit late in the day, and those are the sorts of tours that, if you want to go on them, it's best if you go on them in the early morning, preferably in the middle of the week, before the crowds get too maddening. It was something I discovered while I was in London, especially as I got closer to Leicester Square. I've sort of discovered I don't really do well with crowds anymore. Just saw all of the masses of people there in the square, and it just... it started to trigger my anxiety, and I could not get away fast enough. I had to go straight back to the hotel after that and just sort of decompress for a little while. I didn't want to be here very long, taking photographs, very touristy area. We were advised by the hotel staff at the Kensington Gardens Hotel, obviously don't take your passport with you anywhere. Leave it at your hotel, or have the staff leave it, keep it in the hotel safe. But also, wallet, mobile phones in your front pocket, because the thieves are out and about everywhere, and it's not unheard of for some tourist to be snapping a photograph or a selfie or something like that, and someone on an electric bicycle or a scooter or a motorcycle to just grab the phone and just take off. So I was exercising great care to make sure that I get the photos as quickly as possible, lock up the phone, slip it back in my front pocket, and be on my way. But also, it was a rather rambunctious scene. I managed to cut off most of it, but there was a protest that day in front of Big Ben, and off this way, further down the road, is Whitehall and also number 10 Downing Street, otherwise known as the Prime Minister's residence. But here in this particular square, they were having some sort of protest going on against Brexit. People demanding that Britain return to the European Union. Ranting and raving about how Brexit was a mistake and that they need to re-enter the common market and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, this was the best I could manage of Big Ben. And, yeah, it's a photograph that you see on social media, especially when I posted the tweet saying, "My dear nobles, I've come home." Beautiful photos. Thank you, Annie. Thank you. I heard that people were stealing in London. Yes, you do have to be very careful. I felt a bit safer in Edinburgh and York, but again, it's always just good practice Keep your wallet in your front pocket. Keep your cell phone in a front pocket. It doesn't eliminate the risk entirely, but dramatically reduces the risk, I believe, that you will get pickpocketed. Because if someone does try to reach into your front pockets, you will feel it. Whereas it's much easier to take stuff out of your back pockets. Especially if you're wearing trousers. Yes, especially when you travel. Oh, I make it standard practice now. I always keep my wallet in my front pocket. Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good day, evening, and a great stream. Keep up the great work. Also, you're amazing. Thank you, Kodiak. Thank you, thank you. Same to you. Now, let's see. Later on in the day, this was a busy day for me, chat. I believe... Yes, I believe these were some of the statues. Yes, yes. I noticed the lion there in the background. Don't mind the scooter here, chat, but this here, Trafalgar Square. Every bit as majestic and beautiful as the photos or anything you see on television or in the movies. You also see more of modernity in the background as more of the steel and glass boxes known as skyscrapers are going up. Off to the left, I'm trying to remember, I believe they are in the process of constructing a new Waldorf Astoria hotel. It was either a Waldorf Astoria or a Ritz-Carlton. No, they've already got a Ritz-Carlton. Let's call the Ritz. No, this, I believe, was a Waldorf Astoria that they're building over there. And in case you want to do some tourism or traveling or have a holiday in one of the Commonwealth countries, well, Tourism Malaysia is right there to set you up right. I believe that's the Canadian Embassy over there. I'm not sure. Right, what we're looking at here earlier we saw the equestrian statue of Charles I. And the one with the lions is known as Nelson's Column. A granite monument to the famous Royal Navy Admiral, Lord Nelson. But that building off in the distance is the National Gallery. Admission's free. You're probably going to end up spending half the day there. It's just massive building. And also in Trafalgar Square, they had a Christmas market going. I didn't really go into that or explore at any length. Again, they had some signs up and saying, hey, practice situational awareness. We've got thieves and pickpockets in the area. It was just one of those areas where there was a lot of crowds forming, and that was when my anxiety levels were starting to sort of flare up a bit. Only amplified when I got closer to Leicester Square. And yeah, they're just the throngs of people there, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't go any further. I had to go back and just get as far away from that as possible and go back to my hotel room and just decompress for a bit. It was there that I started realizing that me and large crowds don't really mix anymore. Not like they used to. Anyways, we're off to the next day. And we have here the Tower of London. Another one of these grand structures and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Something that you will definitely have to spend half the day. I love how gloomy it looks. Yeah, weather certainly did its part. Another one of those centuries-old structures, dating back to medieval times. Definitely one of those places where it helps to get there early in the morning, right when they start to first open around 9 o'clock or 9:30. So you can be one of the first people in line to get tickets. Because when I came out here, later on, making my exit, the lines were just wrapped around all over the place. It was also one of the places I noticed where, in terms of foreign tourists, I mean, yes, obviously there was a lot of English speakers around. It's England, go figure. But also noticed a lot of French tourists, and even a few German tourists coming in, but a lot of French tourists. I had no idea this was such a popular holiday site for people in France. But hey, there it is. Another angle on the Tower of London. This is walking into the entrance. Everyone else trying to get the same shot. And as we're walking in, you've got this lovely view of what's on the other side of the River Thames. This building in particular is what's known as the Shard. I believe it's still the tallest structure in all of London. It's a rather big, imposing building, almost looks like a Bond villain headquarters. Wide-angle shot. Walking in. These, I guess you could call them indentations or openings of some kind. These are where guards who have bows and arrows would stand ready to fire said arrows on any sort of baddies or ne'er-do-wells who are trying to storm the castle. And you see them here, here, and these three over here. I know these in particular were singled out for restoration. This is looking back towards the entrance. This off to the left is a gift shop and also a place where you can purchase an audio tour. Only £5 for the audio tour, not bad. But it is Christmas time, and so you have all of these lighted Christmas trees. Here up on the ramparts, and also here along the cobblestone path. This was the private residence at one point of one of England's kings. This is where he slept, where he ate, where he kept warm by the fire. You have here one of the ancient throne rooms. This is for King Henry III. They've done an absolutely fantastic job preserving and restoring everything here. This, I believe, is a small chapel. And then stepping out, we see Tower Bridge. Yes, it is still a working bridge. There's still traffic going backwards and forwards across it all day. Every day. Here's a close-up. This portion right here still raises and lowers. This, I believe, is the centralmost structure in the Tower of London. These noisy bastards are the ravens that are kept as, well, they're the only animals that are kept in captivity here in the tower. They're big, they're noisy, and in some cases they can get rather aggressive. They ended up kind of almost flying and charging aggressively at me and a couple of other tourists, so we had to kind of back away. Part of our tour had to be cut short because we couldn't get in because these gigantic ravens decided, nope, we're calling this place home, all of you get out. Not wanting to get in trouble with the beefeaters of the local constabulary, I chose not to fight them off or shoo them away. Ah, another shot of the Shard. But this vessel in particular, this is the HMS Belfast. Let me see here. Right, so, quick thing about the Shard. It's formerly known as London Bridge Tower. It's a 72-story mixed-use development, super tall skyscraper, designed by the Italian architect Renzo Piano. It's over 1,000 feet high. It is the tallest building in the United Kingdom, the 7th tallest building in all of Europe, the 2nd tallest building outside Russia, behind the Warsaw Tower in Warsaw. And it was designed as a replacement of the Southwick Towers, which was a 24-story office block that was built back in 1975. There's an observation deck, known as the View from the Shard, that is open to the public and has been for over 10 years. Now, some information on the fine vessel that is moored there on the Thames. The HMS Belfast, a town-class light cruiser, built for the Royal Navy, permanently moored now as a museum ship on the River Thames in London, operated by the Imperial War Museum, same people who operate the Churchill War Rooms. Construction of the Belfast, the first ship in the Royal Navy to be named after the capital city of Northern Ireland, and one of 10 Town-class cruisers began in December 1936, launched on St. Patrick's Day 1938, commissioned in early August 1939, shortly before the outbreak of the Second World War, was initially part of the British naval blockade against Germany. In November 1939, Belfast triggered a German mine and, in spite of fears she'd be scrapped, spent more than 2 years undergoing extensive repairs. It returned to action in November 1942 with improved firepower, radar equipment, and armor. The Belfast saw action escorting Arctic convoys to the Soviet Union during 1943, and in December 1943 played an important role in the Battle of North Cape, assisting in the destruction of the German warship Scharnhorst. In June 1944, the Belfast took part in Operation Overlord, supporting the Normandy landings. In June 1945, she was redeployed to the Far East to join the British Pacific Fleet, arriving shortly before the end of the Second World War. She also saw further combat action in the years 1950 to 1952 during the Korean War, and underwent an extensive modernization between 1956 and 1959. A number of further overseas commissions followed before she entered reserve in 1963. She was then brought to London in July, sometime in 1971, moored on the River Thames near Tower Bridge in the Pool of London, opened to the public in October 1971, and became a branch of the Imperial War Museum in 1978. And since 1973, she's been home to the City of London Sea Cadets, who meet on board twice a week. She's a popular tourist attraction and has received over 327,000 visitors just in 2019 alone. So definitely worth a visit. Beautiful close-up of her. These are some of the cannons that are on display in Tower of London. A close-up of the traffic that goes back and forth on Tower Bridge daily. It is quite busy. This I felt was an interesting angle. You have here this beautiful ancient architecture. These ancient structures here in the foreground. And in the background, you have what's supposed to be modern London. Though I don't know if anybody would really associate any of these buildings with London or with British or English architecture. They're just sort of a bunch of soulless glass and steel boxes. And there's this odd egg-shaped thing over here. Now over here to the right, we have an entrance to a special exhibit to see the crown jewels. This was one particular spot where no photography was permitted. But the jewels, or a replica thereof, are on display for the public. So you can see them for yourself. Rather haunting atmosphere that they built around the crown jewels. You've got all of these collections of gold and silver, of monarchs' crowns, and just all of these lovely shiny things. And it's done so in this... I don't know how you would describe it. The walls, the ceilings, and the floors are all painted the same dark, almost blackish purple color. And you have playing this rather kind of atmospheric, minimalist version of Zadok the Priest from Handel. It was all rather haunting. And then on the walls is projected old film strips of coronations from ages past. Now this over here, this was interesting. The regimental headquarters of the Royal Regiment of Fusiliers. It was the Fusiliers Museum. Showing a history of the various armed forces of Great Britain. It was quite a fascinating exhibit too. There's even one particular display that you could interact with. I think it was yes, it was one for the there was one dedicated to the Royal Marines, and gave you a sense of perspective of the backpacks and equipment that they had to lug everywhere and be prepared to take anywhere. They had one there, and you could try to pick it up. And well, I dare say I was able to pick it up, but only with great effort. They are very heavy things. Beautiful Christmas tree. And old residences. I do believe there is still staff that resides in these old houses. Mostly the guards, I believe, or what's known as the beef eaters. You can even see one over here, conducting a tour. They conduct tours only at rare intervals throughout the day. You have to catch them at just the right time. I think these photographs I was taking, I was starting to make my way towards the exit. Having been through multiple parts of the Tower of London. So, a few more shots here of the surrounding fauna and stonework and Tower Bridge off in the distance. I believe, if my memory serves me, this particular part of the grounds was once home to this very bustling bazaar and marketplace. Always had people coming in and out. And then further north you had, or is that north? Anyways, further back from here, you had an entryway, which was not something you wanted to ever enter through, because if you were, you're probably a prisoner being taken to the dungeon. Anyway, the rest of the day, I hit the high streets. Here we have one of the original Ritz hotels. A tab of information on this one. Now, those of you may know the Ritz-Carlton is more of a sort of New York or American-based hotel chain. But it really got its start over in Europe with the Carlton, Ritz, and Hyde Park hotels in London, the famous Ritz Hotel in Paris. There was also the Ritz in Madrid, the Esplanade in Berlin, and also in Hamburg, the Nacional in Lucerne, the Excelsior in Rome, also the Excelsior in Naples, the Splendide in Royal, the Plaza in Buenos Aires. Those were the original ones that formed what would become the Ritz-Carlton Hotel Group, which would later be acquired by Marriott Hotels. Ocarina Sai Rex. Hello, Asunya. Hello. How are you? Just going over some photos from my trip recently. Arrived just in time. These are photos from when I hit the high streets. We've got the famous Ritz here in London. And this is Piccadilly Arcade. One of the famous shopping arcades and home to a lot of posh goods. Especially if you're a gentleman of style like myself, this is one of the places you go to get your shirts made, perhaps find a good tailor, get some ties, whatever it is you're looking for. Never been to the UK, but oh my lord, Purdy. Yes, it is. They really go all out at Christmas time. Beautiful displays. I think. Yeah. Here's a shot looking downward throughout the whole of Piccadilly Arcade. There's actually a fantastic bespoke shirt maker and seller of neckties called Bud. I actually bought my father an early Christmas present. He needed a nice plain maroon tie. I managed to find one. I believe it's a grenadine weave at Bud. Cost me a pretty penny, about £125, but it is quite possibly one of the best ties ever made. And, really wanted to get him something nice. Should go to Japan during Christmas, so many pretty illuminations. I would very much love to go to Japan at Christmas time. Because yes, indeed, a lot of beautiful light displays. Here in London and in Scotland and also in York, you had a lot of Christmas displays, to be sure. But, I don't know, in a way, Britain, like most of Europe, tends to do things, I don't know. In some ways they go all out, in other ways they're just very low-key. It's a bit humbler. Beautiful displays like here in Piccadilly. But I think we all can think of other instances where you had Christmas displays that were far more grandiose than this. But still, this is lovely. This is tasteful. This is quite tasteful. Let's see, later on. Ah, yes, Savile Row. You know you're on Savile Row, you start seeing the big scissors there. A Savile Row Christmas. Let's see, off in the distance. Ah, yes, you've got Huntsman. If any of you have seen Kingsman, any of the Kingsman films, you'll recognize Huntsman. They are by appointment only, so I could not go in. Very hard to find a plain burgundy necktie at any of the places on Savile Row. I must have gone into about 3 different shops before I went back to Piccadilly and found one at Bud. Even Gives and Hawkes didn't have anything, which I was quite surprised. I think the only place I didn't look was Turnbull and Asser. Did get a chance to go into the original Charles Towett on Jermyn Street. And that was a lovely experience. Here we have Piccadilly Circus, London's equivalent to Times Square in New York, or the Shibuya Scramble Crossing in Tokyo. Hard to believe this is a space that was built back in 1819 as a way of connecting Regent Street with Piccadilly. Now, it's important to remember in this context, they call it Piccadilly Circus, but circus deriving from the Latin word meaning circle. They call it that just because it's this big round open space at a street junction. But quite famous for its video display, its neon signs, mounted on the corner building on the northern side. A memorial fountain, statue of Anteros, which you can sort of see him right there. And very often, though mistakenly, it's believed to be of Eros, the Greek god of love and sex. But it's actually Anteros, the god of unrequited love, and also the punisher of those who scorn love in the advances of others, or the avenger of unrequited love. You got several notable buildings in the area: the London Pavilion, the Criterion Theatre, and then underneath the plaza is the Piccadilly Circus Underground Station, part of the London Underground system, which was primarily how I got around in London. And then later that evening, I wanted to get a picture of the Christmas night displays. One of the first ones I got was of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. There's lovely strings of lights, all connecting centrally to this Mandarin fan. Very beautiful. And one of the finest hotels in the world, hands down. It was also difficult to get a good shot because it was raining quite a lot. Ah, but here is the pièce de résistance. Herods. And we can see the theme this year is a very Loro Piana of Christmas. Which, if any of you know anything about Loro Piana, they are a supplier of some of the finest wool and cashmere textiles in the world. If you have a suit made from Loro Piana wool, you've got a damn fine suit. But as usual, and as expected of Herods, magnificent display of lights on the outside of their store. And yes, I did go in. They've got a lot of things. A lot of them very expensive. Some of them, I dare say, overpriced. I noted to everyone when I was traveling at the time that I noticed in their gentlemen's ready-to-wear that there were jackets and suits that were hovering around £2,000. That's roughly $2,500 US. That, to me, seems quite excessive, especially considering that when I was walking around Savile Row, Jermyn Street, some of the high streets in London, I saw adverts in shop windows for tailored suits starting at £1,300. And if you are someone who is in the know, like I am, you can still beat those prices on Savile Row by going someplace to Hong Kong or Vietnam or Malaysia, and you can get a perfectly fine tailored suit for $700 US, $500 US, maybe even less. In Hoi An, Vietnam, it would not be uncommon to spend $1,000 and get yourself a very well-balanced wardrobe of suits. Maybe even a few dress shirts while you're at it. But with all of that said, I think possibly the best things that can come out of Herods, especially if you're on a budget, their Christmas gifts, their chocolates, and especially their Christmas hampers and other gourmet foods, and especially their teddy bears. And they make fantastic gifts for loved ones. Their teddy bears now, I think if you still have a few days to order one, but their annual Christmas teddy bear, I think, has been marked down from £45 to about £35, which is really not bad for the size of teddy bear that you get. Shipping is almost as much as the bear itself, but, you know, still makes a fantastic gift. Anyways, moving on. I believe this was in the basement level of Herods. It was near wherever their restaurants were. But this chat is a very, very big, and we're talking big, bottle of Remy Martin Louis XIII cognac. It is quite possibly the biggest bottle of Louis XIII I've ever seen. I'm going to zoom in on the price now. For this very large bottle of cognac, some of the finest cognac in the world, £98,000. £98,000, and this big bottle can be all yours. Good luck trying to get that through customs. You're not passing that off as duty-free, mate. It's just not happening. £98,000, that translates to approximately $125,000. So you could get a cheap, possibly run-down old house, or you can get yourself a big bottle of Louis XIII Remy Martin cognac. The choice is yours. This is the sort of thing that Herods would sell you. Right, so that wraps up the London portion of the trip. And we're off to King's Cross Station. Big, beautiful Christmas tree there. Everything looking merry and bright. Everybody rushing to catch their trains. Including these people. Looks like they made a quick run to Marks and Spencer. Which around London, you go to Marks and Spencer, it's, you know, a fairly diverse department store where you can find a lot of things. But they did have locations, and especially one near my hotel, that was solely devoted to food. So M&S Simply Food competes almost on the same level as Sainsbury's and also Tesco's. In fact, in the Kensington section of London where I was staying at, you had on one corner of the street, you had Marks and Spencer Simply Food, and then the closer you got to Bayswater Station, right across from it was a Tesco Express. So plenty of choices. I tended to prefer Marks and Spencer, though definitely nothing against Tesco. Quite often, I mean, I made a meal several times out of the meal deals at M&S and also at Tesco. Didn't run into any Sainsbury's, though. They weren't really on any of my routes. But definitely made a meal out of the offerings at Marks and Spencer and also at Tesco. And I could have sworn I had a photograph somewhere of where the hell did I put that? I could have sworn that I had a photo of the tea and crumpets I had on the train. I was taking an LNER from King's Cross to Edinburgh Waverley Station. I could have sworn I posted it somewhere. Oh, yes. Hang on a minute, chat. I've got to save this. Right. show you a picture of this. Hopefully it shows up. There we are. It's just the English way. Tea and crumpets. This is all thanks to me riding first class on the LNER. And they were quite good. And so was the tea. And yes, that is strawberry and champagne jam. That I put on top of it. That was after I'd allowed the butter to melt into the crumpets. Tasted wonderful. I actually had it more than once. I had it on the train going up to Edinburgh, and then I think on the train to York, and then the train going back to London. So it was 3 times I had tea and crumpets. And each time they were delicious. Yeah, if you get a chance, splurge for first class on the LNER. There's a train called the Azuma. Wonderful high-speed rail. Absolutely wonderful. Not as high speed as the Shinkansen in Japan, but still, beautiful scenic train, and it will get you from London to Edinburgh in about 4 hours. It's worth it, I think. Anyways, a 4-hour train ride later, we arrive at Edinburgh Waverley Station. Another beautiful Christmas tree display there in front of the Costa Coffee. And in this area is what's known as Haymarket. The Haymarket Station, just kind of behind me, off in the corner back over here. Lower right hand of your screen. Trams going to and fro. And further down the street, I just went and checked into my hotel. I stayed at a place called the Haymarket Hotel. In Edinburgh's Haymarket neighborhood. It's a series of old townhomes that they converted into a boutique hotel. And they've also got a small pub that serves breakfast called Logan's. That's really not bad, what they've done with the place. The bathrooms, they kind of seems like they may have cut some corners there, but everything else was really quite good. Especially their breakfast, as I'll show you in just a moment. But as it started to get later in the evening, I wanted to get out and about and see the sights there in Edinburgh. And so, exiting out of Edinburgh Waverley Station, I have here this beautiful structure, originally called the North British Hotel. It opened back in 1902, closed in 1988, and then was reopened in 1991 as the Balmoral Hotel. Off in the distance here, you've got the Edinburgh Christmas market going, with the Ferris wheel and this big whirligig thing that raises people up and then spins them round and round and then sets them back down again. I had to go get a shot of all of this. Just absolutely beautiful. Zoomed in shot of the National Gallery. Admission is free. Did end up going inside the National Gallery. Did not take pictures. I don't think photos are permitted in the National Gallery. They were, however, permitted in the National Museum. Another beautiful shot of the Ferris wheel and the whirligig there. Also a crane that's stood up there and has coloured lights. And then you've got Scott's Tower here. This one, yeah, I'm proud of this shot. It captures the merry spirit of Edinburgh around Christmas. Closer shot of the National Gallery at night. It was starting to pour down rain, getting close to it, around the time I took these photos. This is all projectors putting all of this on these buildings. So beautiful. Very mesmerizing. I can even see a bit of the moon trying to peek through. More of these lovely sights around Edinburgh. And then this is from the next morning. This right here is the famous Scotsman Hotel. London has the Ritz. Edinburgh has the Scotsman Hotel. I think I've got a tab somewhere with some information on this. Yeah. An Edwardian building dating back to 1905. It housed the Scotsman newspaper for nearly a century. It's right there between the Royal Mile and Princes Street. It straddles the medieval Old Town and the Georgian New Town. I've seen some reviews for it, and people have actually had the pleasure of staying at the Scotsman Hotel. Magnificent hotel. If you've got the money, stay at the Scotsman. You won't regret it. This was another one of those days where it was not exactly pouring, but it was... yeah, it was raining enough that it could make it quite miserable. All around Edinburgh, this beautiful fusion of medieval and Georgian architecture. It's magnificent. And gives the whole place, even in the midst of the dreariness and wet rain and even the snow later on of winter, it just there's something about all of this that just feels so warm. Something warm and comforting about this. Maybe it is the fact that I am, at least in part, Scottish. It sort of speaks to that portion of my soul. But definitely something warm and comforting about seeing all of this. It was only after I got out of London and arrived in Scotland that I really, really started to feel at home. This is what started to feel like home to me. Very comforting feeling, almost like old leather, you know? They definitely had the Christmas spirit going. Strings of lights everywhere. Though it was indeed quite rainy and wet out there. I ended up going into Barber and having to purchase an umbrella. The architecture. C'est magnifique. I believe what we are looking at... Let me find a tab. Yes. Off to the left there. This bit right here. That is St. Giles Cathedral. It was founded in the 1140s. It is considered the Mother Kirk of Scotland and a fascinating place to learn more about the history of the land. It's situated right there on the Royal Mile, halfway between Edinburgh Castle and the Palace of Holyrood. Something else I need to make time for in my next journey. It was begun in the 14th century, extended until the early 16th century. Alterations in the 19th and 20th centuries, including the addition of the Thistle Chapel. Closely associated with many events and figures in Scottish history, including John Knox, who served as the church's minister after the Scottish Reformation. And here is the National Museum of Scotland. This is a place devoted to just everything science. Very grand structure. Almost like the sort of place that you would see constructed for like a World's Fair. Another use of the wide-angle lens. Looking at all the different animal exhibits. A lot of taxidermy in here. But yes, great white shark and skeletal structure of a Tyrannosaurus Rex greeting you at the as you walk in. They have also got exhibits and displays devoted to transportation. And this right here is an actual working steam engine model. It turns on, I think, like once an hour. An example of something that would be converted over for use by the Americans, particularly with this use of the cowcatcher in the front. A lot of British steam engines did not have that because when nearly all of British railways, they're all fenced on both sides. So they never really needed things like cowcatchers and side plates. Not so much with the Americans. America actually owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the British, because the first steam engines that they ever had in operation were imported from the UK. And then they were converted to add cowcatchers and side plates, because the long stretches of railway in America were not fenced on either side. And so it was quite common to have cows and sheep wander onto the rails. Hence, you needed the cowcatchers to sort of shove them out of the way. This is one of the first prototype steam engines. You can see it's pretty rough going. A lot of it made out of wood. And then these here are the hallmarks of British design and engineering in Formula One. Thought I'd have a sharper image of the placard there. But yes, these are all cars from... I think they date back to... That one at the top, I believe, dates back to the 80s. This one in the middle here is an entry by Jaguar from the 90s, from the early 90s, I think. And then you have this Red Bull F1 car that I believe is either late 90s or sometime in the 2000s. Here we have... can't quite remember which one this is. But one of the early examples of an automobile. And then, of course, it is Scotland. So, naturally, you've got bagpipers out there performing in public. Makes me wish I wasn't such a cashless society, otherwise I would have thrown a few bob in. St. Giles Cathedral once again. One thing I did start to notice, especially once I got up to Edinburgh, the days are really short. It started to get dark around 3:30, 4 in the afternoon. Noticeably started getting dark around 4:30. So by the time I got to the National Portrait Museum, we can see here, already starting to get a bit dark. People turning the lights on with their cars. Beautiful Georgian structure that has been converted into a banquet hall and event center. And here we have the interior of the National Portrait Gallery. Lovely Christmas tree. These beautiful lights here. I'm going to zoom in a bit here. This is a bust of Robert Louis Stevenson. famous writer and poet. And then this gentleman in the back is John Ritchie Findlay. He is the founder of the National Portrait Gallery of Scotland, and he was also the gentleman who donated the building in which it's located. And we have here Robert Burns. Wish I had a sharper image of that, but the famous writer and folk hero of sorts of Scotland. This is an upstairs view of the grand entryway. So much fine detail all around. An overhead view. And then here's one of the libraries in the National Portrait Gallery. You can see over here some life and death masks of famous individuals throughout history. Very quiet place. I mean, it's a library, of course it is. Right, so we fast forward to the next day. And, yeah, his lordship had kippers and eggs for breakfast. As a type of fish, by the way. It's very good. Along with tea with milk. Oh. The previous morning... Get the other picture here. Had a full Scottish breakfast. And yes, that is beans. And yes, I had them on toast. And yes, they were good. Got back bacon. Got some Yorkshire pudding. And I even had haggis. Yes. His lordship tried haggis for the very first time. Never had it before. But not bad. It's actually rather good. I enjoyed it. I think a lot of people will enjoy it. But yeah, any chance I could get to have a full English breakfast, I took it. Totally worth it. The back bacon is not like your typical American bacon. It's not quite ham either. It's just a bit different. But it's good. Grilled tomato. Also very good. The sausages and the haggis and everything. Exquisite. Scrambled eggs were just perfect. Especially with the poached egg I had with the kippers. I cut into it with my fork. The yolk was a proper orange. That's how you know you've got a fresh egg, is if you have an orange yolk. Or scrambled eggs with that sort of rich golden yellow, almost orangey look to them. That's how you know you got some fresh eggs. Americans have no idea. You try and cook up an egg in America, it's going to be this yellow yolk, and that is not the way it's supposed to be. Yolks in eggs are supposed to be orange. I know some people might be a bit put off by the beans, but they're actually quite tasty. They're like a navy bean in a tomato sauce. Especially if you put them on toast. Maybe have a little shredded cheese on top. Mmm. That's a good breakfast. And packed with a lot of fiber too. That's a lot of fiber and protein there. That is actually quite a healthy breakfast. The so-called modern health experts would have you believe that this is just a bunch of fatty, cholesterol-laden, greasy, garlic-ridden foods. Nothing could be further from the truth. This is a full, healthy, hearty breakfast. Gave me plenty of energy. Honestly, I was good almost through lunch. I'll show you one more thing that I had while I was in Edinburgh. Fish and chips. No trip to Old Blighty is complete without a dinner of fish and chips. There's a shop near the Haymarket Hotel. Just walked down there. It's a rather rainy night too. Got myself an order of fish and chips and a Dr. Pepper, which I have to say, the taste of the Dr. Pepper over in the UK is a little bit disappointing. Almost tastes a bit watered down, if you ask me. Then again, I've become so spoiled by, well, maybe not spoiled, but so conditioned by the taste of high fructose corn syrup in almost all sodas, whereas I get to the UK and it's like, no, you get real sugar in your sodas, or you get some sort of sucralose or sugar extract, like in Pepsi Max. Or aspartame. I think that's something else they also put in Pepsi Max. Quite possibly could have put that in Dr. Pepper too. I don't know for sure. But it did not taste like the Dr. Pepper that I'm used to. It does not taste like American Dr. Pepper. It doesn't even taste like Waco Dr. Pepper, which is the original recipe Dr. Pepper with imperial sugar. And speaking of sugar...
That was a bit British, wasn't it?
Yes, quite British. Something else I noticed that was quite freely available, and I'm glad it was. Unrefined or turbinado sugar. Oh yes, you had your bleached white sugar. And sometimes you had certain sugar substitutes like sucralose or Splenda or something like that. But quite often it was very easy to source unrefined turbinado sugar. I tend to make use of that quite a bit. And I rather like that. It's also a bit easier on my stomach too. Too much of that refined bleached white sugar and starts to upset my stomach. And I'm someone who prefers things like my tea and my coffee to be rather sweet. But anyways, fantastic fish and chips dinner. This was a lot of food. The fish was incredibly filling, and so were the chips. gentleman who was running the shop asked me if I wanted anything to go with the any sort of sauce or anything to go with the fish. I was like, no, 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 just the fish. Might put a little salt on it. That's it. Looked at me funny. He was like, "You sure about that, mate?" I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Just let the fish do the talking. I'm never one to put a bunch of flavorings and sauces on my food. If it's made properly, a dash of salt, dash of pepper, that's really all you need. Anyways, final breakfast of the Scottish jaunt of the trip. Poached eggs and kippers. And that was good. Pleasantly filling, even though it was fairly light fare. I mean, for Scottish cuisine, anyway. Lord Rexworth, I got a new dog. Oh, lovely, Knox. Now, we move down to York, where the National Railway Museum awaits us. Or as one person in my server refers to it, the Autism Theme Park. You have these two grand, majestic engines awaiting you. This one in particular, this is, I believe, the Evening Star off to the right. And it's quite interesting because it is actually a swan song of sorts to steam power in British Rail. Oh my god, it's trains! Yes, so many trains! Anyways, this one to the right is called the Evening Star. And it was named such. It's actually one of the youngest steam engines here at the National Railway Museum. It was put into service in the late 1950s to early 1960s. And it was one of the last steam engines ever made before they switched to all electric and diesel. But gosh, what a finale. What a brilliant engine. Because it was still being built the old way, like so many of these other grand steam engines that you see here in the museum. I'm going to take the train. I look forward to seeing you try, Knox. I figure you probably have about 10 minutes to get it out of the, get it onto the turntable and get it out of the yard before they,
Screw the rules, I have money.
Before the, constables stop you and make you kindly turn it around and put it back. This one turned out a bit blurrier than I expected, but here's a look at all the controls that one might find in the cab of one of these exquisite steam engines. These are the controls to the Evening Star. Lots of wheels and switches and things to maintain. It's a pretty difficult job keeping these steam engines running. There was a lot of maintenance involved, of course, but it could be quite grueling work to, make sure you had enough steam, but not too much. And also, pity the poor firemen that were responsible for shoveling the coal and making sure that the fire was going just right. I mean, as if anyone has seen that old episode of Top Gear where Jeremy Clarkson becomes a fireman on the Peppercorn A1, you get a pretty good glimpse of just how hard it was to operate and maintain a steam engine, especially at full speed. There's a lot of romance involved with these old steam engines, and they are quite beautiful, beautiful specimens of engineering. But I don't envy the people that had to operate and drive them day in and day out. That was quite a grind. I don't envy them that position. I admire them, but I would never want to be in their position. Yeah, there's large turntable off to here, but you've got all of these trains just lined up. You've got the Evening Star, you've got all these other ones. Here we have an example of an old steam-type engine moving this gigantic wheel. Sort of a proof of concept. Early style coaches. For the Liverpool Manchester Traveller Railway Company. You would have first and second class, or at least first class here in this enclosed coach here. And everybody else in third class had to ride in the open air coaches. You've got George Stephenson, statue dedicated to him. One of the fathers of steam power and of British rails. I've got a guidebook here to a lot of this. Hang on, chat. All right. Let's see, I did buy myself a souvenir guide. An admission to this National Railway Museum is free, but they do say if you're so inclined to give a donation, which I did, I gave £5. Also bought a guidebook. And I think trying to see if they've got anything in the guidebook about it. No, they don't. Oh. Alright, we'll just have to press on then. Trying to see if they have, I believe there's a... Let me see here. Yes, here we are. Railwaymuseum.org.uk. I'm going to drop this in chat for everybody on the Twitch side of things. This one in particular, I remember reading some things about this C1 here. This was a bit of a workhorse, especially during wartime. It was designed to be something that could run fast, run hard, and did not require as much maintenance as a lot of the other engines that have been built for various railways. It was almost a predecessor of sorts to what you would see with a lot of diesels. We've got these beautiful nameplates that used to be on very fine engines. The Aberdonian, the Talisman, the Fairmaid, the Royal Scot, the Scafell Pike, the Ark Royal, the Eton, the King George VI, the Greenmore, the Ventnor, the Britannia. Gosh, wouldn't you like to be riding the rails in a first-class coach being pulled by a fine steam engine called the Britannia? And then there's more of them over here. The Comet, the Shamrock, the Red Rose, the Palatine, the Lakes Express, the Empress Voyager, the Devonian, the Midday Scot, the Welsh Chieftain, the Norseman, the Northumbrian, the Royal Highlander, the Anglo-Scottish Car Carrier, the Master Cutler, the North Briton, the Emerald Isle Express. Just majestic names. All these fine engines that have just... they're all gone now. That's a bit sad. There's a view of the back end of the C1. I believe it could be fitted with a tender. It was a tender engine. Fairly straightforward coupling systems. Got brake and water pipes. You got the standard coupling link, dual buffers. Great Western rail car. A tanker. This one is interesting. Over here, this red one is an all-electric rail car.
Silence!
The Polar Express? No. I know one of them does look like the Polar Express, but it was actually an export to China. You may be thinking of this one in particular. Feel the train's power. Believe me, these were some powerful engines. They have an entire exhibit here devoted solely to the Flying Scotsman, which was famous for traveling at over 100 miles per hour. Yes. This one right here, this red one over here, this is a London and North Western Railway motor coach, part of an electric train running on the London and North Western Railway's suburban services in London. Electric trains were cleaner than steam trains, accelerated more quickly, making them perfect for moving large numbers of people on lines which had closely spaced stops. Railways serving growing cities were quick to realize this, and the LNWR electrified its London commuter routes decades before its main lines. You'll also notice something over here. Looks a bit out of place. We'll get to that momentarily. Got Fairley's patent. Some of the first forms of diesel power on British Rail. A dynamometer car. And it's being pulled by the Mallard. Mallard's quite a famous engine in its own right. It never quite hit 100 miles per hour, but it came awfully close. It was one of Sir Nigel Gresley's famous A4 engines. No, actually I stand corrected. It did go over 100 miles per hour. It reached 125 miles per hour while pulling a test train on the 3rd of July 1938. The record was achieved on a stretch of line known as Stoke Bank near Grantham. Gresley was friendly with Ettore Bugatti, a famous car designer who also designed streamlined rail cars, and it's said that these inspired the curving A4 shape. So, the Mallard has certain design cues taken from Bugatti. You could say it's the Bugatti Veyron of steam locomotives. This right here is a London night ferry that's been cut away in certain portions, so you see how most everything works. Got more diesel engines here, and this one with this really long smokestack. That's a unique one. And there's something here in the guidebook about it. That dates back to 1829. It's the Aganoria. It's one of the world's oldest locomotives. It's a close relative of the first locomotive to run in the USA, the Stourbridge Line of 1828. The company of Foster Rastrick built only 4 locomotives. 3 of them went to the Delaware and Hudson Canal Company. The remaining one was Aganoria, which takes its name from a Roman goddess. It was supplied to Staffordshire's Shotton Colliery, where it pulled coal wagons for 35 years. The stories that one could tell. Here we have a Pullman coach, the Topaz. And here, we've got a close-up of something that looks a bit out of place. Certainly not anything British Rail. This is Japanese. This is one of the first generation of Shinkansen, or bullet trains, from Japan. It was constructed to run on an express line built specifically for the Tokyo Olympics back in the 1960s. It's still operable. You can still walk through it, sit down in the seats. They've got films going about the history of the Shinkansen. And it's actually the product of a special relationship that was a partnership built between the National Railway Museum of York and also the National Railway Museum of Japan. So this Shinkansen gets to stay here in York, and I think they've got a couple of British locomotives that are on loan to the National Rail Museum in Japan. These are the wheels of a rather impressive engine. This, I believe, yes, these are the wheels of a KF class number 7. This was specifically a British-built locomotive for export throughout the world. And many of these locomotives, as you can see just from this photograph, it's bigger than those that were used in Britain. This one in particular was built for use in China by the Vulcan Foundry of Newton-le-Willows in Lancashire and was in use for approximately 50 years. And then it was donated back to the museum in 1983 by the Chinese government. And then here is a little tank engine called Box Hill. Almost reminds you of Stepney from Thomas and Friends. A quaint little engine. And then we've got the Lodestar, one of the flagship engines of the Great Western Railway. This thing was massive. Got 6 big wheels. Look at that firebox too. That thing is massive. Example of a domeless engine. As Gordon once said, never trust domeless engines, they're not respectable. I don't know. This one looks pretty respectable to me. Looks like a hard worker. Dates back to 1907, this one. And we've got the D-Class, number 737. Very elegant design with this sort of, sloping and swooping semicircles and everything. Big, beautiful brass dome. And we've got old signs for the London Underground, way out signs. Something that you will notice if you ever find yourself in the UK, they don't exactly have... they do have signs that are set to international spec for emergency exits. But especially when you get into train stations, you won't see exit signs per se, but you will see signs pointing to the way out. Just something to keep in mind. Yes, here we start to get into the menagerie of other treasures that the National Railway Museum has, including a very big exhibit devoted to the Flying Scotsman, which is the pride of British Rail. You see all the different name placards that it had. Flying Scotsman, the Flying Scotsman Story, the Night Scotsman, the Yorkshire Forward, but it's always the Flying Scotsman. This stuff just goes on, seemingly forever. All of these models, all of these trinkets and collectibles from over the years, they're in the process of expanding the museum now. So there'll be more permanent homes for all of this, and more open displays for it all. But for now, they're all just sort of kept on shelves, this, what I've just termed a menagerie. There's an old Great Western Railway diesel railcar number 4. And then you've got a lot of royal regalia here. Nods to see the royal ciphers there from George VI. And this is interesting right here. It looks like a train set, but it's actually a signaling school. It's actually designed to teach signalmen how to do their jobs. We see here information. This train set, the signaling school, actually dates back to 1912. It's over 100 years old. This model railway has been recognized by the Guinness Book of Records as the oldest working model railway in the world. Built to train staff in the safe operation of trains, it uses signals, points, and bell codes to control train movement around the layout. Until 1953, attending a class that used this layout was voluntary. From then until 1995, it was an essential part of the training for new signalmen. It was moved from Manchester Victoria Station to the National Railway Museum and restored to its 1925 condition by volunteers who now demonstrated at least one weekend out of every month. This unfortunately was not the weekend in which this was being demonstrated. See more sections of it. It starts to loop around. You've got sidings off here, and then of course you've got these. They look massive, but these are one-to-one signals. These are actual signals that were at one time in use. Beautiful stained glass. Funny little nod to Harry Potter fans. Yeah, signaling was a manual operation done with all of these big switches that would be thrown. It had to be done just so, at just the right time. And then sometime in, I think when this was introduced, this is what replaced signalmen. Computerization took care of a lot of this and automated a lot of things. To where now, I believe signals for British Rail operate on a sort of hub and spoke model. Mostly hubs. Large hubs that are operated by one person or maybe a handful of people at most. But with a lot of these computerized, rack-mounted, just digital Watsits, keeping everything going. Ah, yes, here is a banner showcasing the Sister Museum partnership between the National Railway Museum in New York and then the Umekoji Steam Locomotive Museum in Japan. So, if you visited the National Railway Museum in York, you'll definitely want to go to Japan, to Umekoji, to see the Steam Locomotive Museum. And we've got the Sir Kenneth Grange Intercity 125. Diesel-powered express train for British Rail. Another refurbished beauty. I believe this is also a diesel. I don't know, if we had Audrey Norfolk here, he could probably explain this better than I. And then here is the Yellow Star, with the carve-out, an example of the Yellow Star Tunnel, or the English Channel Tunnel, connecting Britain with France. And this is one of the first generations of engines that ran in the English Channel Tunnel. Later on, went to, I think it was either later in the, yeah, it was later in the day that I went to a place in York called the Shambles. Old style architecture from when this was a much older medieval type city. They had a Christmas fair going. You had the York Cathedral. Absolutely beautiful structure. Did not go inside. Kind of wish I did. But there's always next time. These are the old city gates for York. It has expanded considerably since then. Some old chapels. Tudor-style architecture. Plenty of places selling mulled wine or chilled fizz for £5. It's just a lovely, lovely place to go and walk about. There's the old York Castle. And then everybody doing the shopping at Marks and Spencer. I did stop in at a place called the Fairfax House. It was an old townhouse that was given by the Viscount Fairfax to his daughter to make sure that, you know, she had something to inherit. A portion of it was torn down to make way for a cinema. But most of the house still remains. And the York City Trust has preserved it quite well. They received a donation in the late 1930s of period-accurate furniture from Noel Terry, which, if you've ever had a Terry's Chocolate Orange, that is the gentleman that you can give your thanks to. And so it's been quite beautifully restored and cared for And yeah, I mean, it's sad that the kitchen, for example, is what exists now is quite small in comparison to the original, but I mean, it's better than nothing. And going through all the bedrooms and the game room that they had, and different living spaces that they had, it is just a gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous old house, and really gives you kind of an insight into life back in those days. This would have been... when was this first constructed? Around the 1760s. It's a fairly sizable house, even by today's standards. The British have arrived. Welcome in, Brit. Good to see you. Oh, I'm not joking about that. Welcome in, Raiders. This is your first time here. I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber, and I am just regaling everybody with my recent travels back to the UK. And, yeah, having a bit of a slideshow, showing off different places that I went to. Stand by real quick, I'll get you a shout out. See what you're up to. Ah, playing Resident Evil 4. Fantastic. The British are coming. The British are coming. Warn General Washington. Let's see. Yes, everyone, please go follow Besprit, if you haven't already. One of my gen mates there at Runic Sigils. Played the original with crowd controls. Oh, I'll bet that kept things interesting. But anyways, thank you so much for the raid, Brit. And raiders, welcome in. If you need to do any sort of after-stream care, get up and stretch, grab something to eat, something to drink. Totally understand. Ah, here we go. We've got some additional photos. These were ones I managed to snap on when I was riding the LNER. Gosh, wouldn't you love to wake up over there, especially that sunrise? Something so beautiful about all that. Don't ask me where this is, I have no idea. Somewhere between Edinburgh and York. Those waves. Ah, here's the view from my hotel in York. I stayed at the Premier Inn. The I think it's Layerthorpe City Centre or something like that. I mean, I'm up there on the top floor, it's only about 3 or 4 stories up. Ah yes, a neighbourhood with sunrise by a lake. Reminds me of a common topic of the winter solstice. Dystopian megacities. Yeah, I mean, decent view. Nothing too remarkable. You've got solicitors over here, and there's the traffic, and there's people, and yeah, that's it. Welcome to York. I had to take a picture of this. never in all my life have I ever had a bathroom with mood lighting. Because one of the primary colours of Premier Inn is purple. And they apparently decided to bathe my bathroom in my hotel room with purple mood lighting. Wait, you haven't? No. No, I typically don't go in for mood lighting in my bathroom. They had regular lighting, which, you know, you could turn that off and on, but then you also had this weird purple lighting. I don't really understand why that's a thing, but I mean, there it is. In all of its technicolor splendor for you, chat. And then here's the room. Which honestly was not too bad. I was really impressed with the quality of the room. Was a bit dusty in some spots. Cleaning crew seemed to have missed some of those things. Big complaint is with the dinner service. They're apparently rather militant on you having some sort of reservation. I went to go get dinner at the restaurant there at the Premier Inn, and girl that was there at the desk was asking me, he's like, well, do you have a reservation? I'm like, no, I don't. She's like, oh, well, it's going to be a 30-minute wait. It's like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just wait by the bar. So I did. Waited 30 minutes. Then 30 minutes turned into 45 minutes. I went back up there, different person at the desk, and I said, hey, I've been waiting now for beyond 30 minutes. It's been 45 minutes. Can I please get a table? And they're like, oh, well, you do have a reservation. I'm like, well, no, I just told your counterpart there I don't have a reservation. Like, oh, well, it's going to be another hour before we can seat you. I was, at that point, it took everything in me not to tell them to fuck off, and just went back up to my room and ordered a pizza, which turned out to be kind of lukewarm and rather disappointing. Thankfully, we did not have those problems with the breakfast service. I purchased a meal plan beforehand, and yeah, that was not an issue. And the breakfast was actually rather good. But, yeah, I find it a bit odd. I need reservations for the hotel restaurant at a Premier Inn, of all places. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure the food is decent and all, but, yeah, we're talking about the hotel restaurant of a Premier Inn. We're not talking about the hotel restaurant at the Ritz in London, or the Savoy, or the Mandarin Oriental, or, you know, high tea at Harrods or something. No, we are talking about pretty standardized garden variety fare at the hotel restaurant of the Premier Inn, which you can get at most other Premier Inns all throughout the United Kingdom. I think to insist upon reservations for that and then tell someone if they don't have a reservation, you're looking at an hour wait when most of your tables are not even occupied. I think that speaks... you are perhaps speaking a bit too highly of yourself, and also you're just being downright lazy, because most of the people there at the desk waiting to see people were just... I mean, let's just be real. They were just standing around, yakking and gallivanting with each other, and not really working. I think that's more than anything. They just didn't want to have to do work. And so that's why they kept telling me, oh, well, it's 30 minutes. Oh, well, it's 45 minutes. Oh, well, now it's an hour. Yeah. Fuck those people. That was about the only thing that was unpleasant about my experience with Premier Inn. That and the dust. They really need to do a better job of dusting in places in the room. Messed with one of my brothers and added bathroom bloodborne mode. Bathroom turns red, plays Ludwig the Accursed in Holy Blade. Oof. Something I kitted up once I picked up an Alexa was LED smart lighting. That sounds like a very elaborate prank, Brit. Let's see, another picture of the Christmas market there in York. York Castle. And there's the Marks and Spencer once again. Oh yeah, and then stayed in Britain's equivalent of a capsule hotel overnight when I got back to London. It was right there in Heathrow. Short walk to the departure gate. I mean, that's it. There's the bathroom. Nothing spectacular. 'Tis a bit of a chuckle. Diminishing returns, I suppose, but as long as you get a chuckle out of it. So yeah, that is my holiday. That is everything I did. And just, yeah, that was what I did for a week and a half. I went home, saw the sights, came back. It was a desperately needed holiday because I haven't had one in a long, long time. So yes, desperately needed for the sake of my sanity. I have to say it has been a hell of a time trying to adjust back to my regular time zone. Past couple of nights I have been waking up probably around, God, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and not really being able to get back to sleep. And yeah, last night was not much better. I was exhausted by about 3, 4, 5 in the evening and ended up falling asleep and then waking up at midnight and then not being able to get back to sleep for most of the night. I think I dozed a little bit around 2 or 3 this morning. And then, yeah, I just gave up and decided, you know what, sod it. I'm getting up. So, in a way, this has been helpful for me because right around this time I've usually been falling asleep. So, yeah, jet lag and time zones, they do be a bitch sometimes. Anyway, that is about all I've got. So, I'm back at it. It's good to be back. I'm glad to know that I was missed by many of you. And, yeah. Back from holiday. Back to do some Christmas celebrations and back for more collabs. Speaking of which, going ahead and mention one more time. Collab coming up tomorrow with Ali Princess. Going to be playing either golf with friends or Power Wash Simulator. Mainly just trying to get a chat exposed to other types of games besides, constant playing of Overwatch or whatever it is that she normally plays. So yeah, that's what we look forward to tomorrow afternoon. It should be fun. And then we'll be back at it again with more normal schedule later on this week. Probably picking back up around Thursday or Friday night. Now that I have settled into my hybrid work setting with Thursday and Friday working from home, makes it a bit easier. And who knows, I could probably even get started a bit earlier in the evening rather than waiting until 7 Central, 8 Eastern. So I think I'd actually like to try that. If you're all up for it, maybe getting started around 6 p.m. Eastern? I don't know. We'll experiment with it later on this week. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Yay, I made it. Luna Wolf, welcome in. You actually made it on the tail end. I just wrapped up the slideshow and talking about my trips, so you may have made it, but you missed all the good parts. I'm so sorry. You will have to catch the VOD. So yeah. Let's see. With all of that said, just got home from a Christmas party. Oh, lovely. Hope it was fun. Let's have a look-see here. So we've got 6 of you. Why don't we send you over to... Who can I send you over to? Right. Anybody from Runic Sigil still streaming right now? I know, Brit, you just wrapped recently. I don't see Skull online, or Digi, or Koi, or Evil. Let's see here. See who's doing what. No, not that one. Oh, naturally, Twitch decides to lock up in my browser. Bear with me, chat. Hang on. We'll find somebody we can raid into. Hopefully. Oh, and yes, I know this is my 3rd new account, but I keep forgetting passwords. You really should write it down, Luna. Or, save it. They have that function now to where you can save your passwords. Let's see. I don't know if we've ever raided this person before. Playing kind of a chill game. I think they're... Let's see, yeah. Oh, this is an interesting setup. Angelina Kumalo is playing Metal Gear Solid on PlayStation 2. And playing the PlayStation 2 on an old Sanyo CRT. Hello, Lord Rexworth. Welcome back to the States. Hello, Action Bastard. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. By the way, everyone, dropping this next week is a highlight reel. It's a fairly long one, about 45 minutes, that Action Bastard here has been kind enough to edit for me of the election night coverage. Did a fantastic job on that, so that will be dropping on the YouTube channel and also on Rumble later this week, probably Tuesday. So very special thanks to Action for editing that. I know it was a lot to have to work with there, about 4 hours worth of content, and there was a lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff to have to edit down. It was a challenge, I know, to get that down just to 45 minutes. But fantastic job on that, as you will all see this Tuesday. So, yeah, Angelina Kumalo, we're going to go raid her. Such an interesting setup she's got going. I'd be crazy not to. Let's see. Let me get the copy pasta set up here. So, everybody on Twitch, we're going to go say hello to her. And, yeah. Should be fun. It was right after I had to do the compilation for Pink, so one right after the other. You have been a busy bee, Action. But you're doing God's work. Thank you so much. Alright, there's copy pasta for everyone. I will see all of you tomorrow for collab with Ali Princess. Thank you all so much for joining me today. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.